Good evening, everyone. I'm going to try this without my headphones. We'll see how it goes. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live updates. There are unconfirmed reports floating around about Gregory Bovino at this hour. So we're going to bring you the latest Gregory Bovino news. Wow. And we're going to bring you the latest of Minneapolis. We're going to talk about Iran. And we're going to be taking your comments and questions on the air. So thank you for joining us. And the latest on what President Trump said about Minneapolis. So I appreciate you being here. Hey, thanks to our moderators. We got Roberts Mayqueen and Beth Mythical over there on YouTube, and Leslie Ladyhawk moderating over there. Thank you. Thanks also to Low Key Valkyrie for your support. I really appreciate that. Also, we have moderating on our ex-moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha. Our Twitch moderators. Is there a typo? Minneapolis and Iran updates. What did I do wrong? Unconfirmed reports Bovino out as border patrol. Oh no. It shouldn't say patrol. It should say patrol. Typo. Thanks for letting me know. Let's fix that. Patrol. This is what happens when I try to type these things right before I come on the air and don't proofread them properly. It should be patrol. There we go. Okay. Hey, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev are moderating over on Twitch. Thanks, Toolman Tim, for the gift sub on Twitch. Thanks, Toolman Tim. And hang on a moment here. I'm feeling a bit better than yesterday. Kind of have a cold, getting over it. I hope I'm getting over the cold. Margaret Riley. Moderating over there on Facebook. I appreciate it. Kayla, everybody. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for subscribing over there. Okay, so Gregory Bovino is was commander at large in Border Patrol, who was playing a leading role in the immigration enforcement surge in Minneapolis. He's given press conferences the last 2 days on behalf of the Trump administration, Gregory Bovino. But there are these unconfirmed reports that Gregory Bovino may be out of, well, there were reports earlier that he was going to leave Minneapolis. Now there's this question of, is he still working as the commander at large at Border Patrol? Has he been released of his duties or transferred or something? It's unclear. I just saw a report shortly before coming on the air that CNN is reporting that the Department of Homeland Security has suspended Gregory Bovino's access to his social media accounts effective immediately. Caitlin Collins says he spent yesterday responding to people who were criticizing him and raising questions about his unverified claims about Alex Pretti. I'll show you who he is, though. He's this guy. So many of you might hear the name and say, who's Gregory Bovino? But a lot of you will probably recognize him when I put his picture on the screen. Here, Gregory Bovino from Wikipedia. You'll see it in a second. Oh, hold on a second. There he is. So we've watched press conferences for him the last couple of days. So I don't know what's going to happen. With Gregory Bovino. So let me. One of our viewers said he was very vocal on X. Let me just check something real quick here. And then just to give you some more of these reports that are floating around. So The Atlantic is reporting hang on one second here. The Atlantic is reporting that the Border Patrol's Greg Bovino has been ousted from his role of commander at large. And Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski could be next to lose their jobs. That's according to Nick Miroff. I can't confirm this report, but Nick Miroff at The Atlantic reports that Gregory Bovino has been removed from his role as Border Patrol commander at large and will return to his former job in El Centro, California, where he is expected to retire soon. And also, The Atlantic's Nick Miroff is reporting that Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski could be the next to lose their jobs. Now, I can't confirm any of that. Corey Lewandowski, so Kristi Noem is the as a Secretary of Homeland Security. I don't even know exactly what Corey Lewandowski's job is. Oh, Wikipedia says he's de facto chief of staff to Kristi Noem in an unpaid special government employee position. Now, also, another report I have seen is from conservative influencer Nick Sortor. Conservative influencer Nick Sortor posted and claiming that he posted several hours ago, Nick Sortor, claiming that Gregory Bovino had been relieved of duty as commander of large at Border Patrol. He said, "This is BS. Trump must reverse this now." So Nick Sortor said it, but Tricia McLaughlin, who is a spokeswoman for Homeland Security, look what she said. Look what she said, guys. Is this called subtweeting? I don't know. Well, she quoted Nick Sortor. And she said Gregory Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. As press secretary stated from the White House podium, commander at large is a key part of the president's team and a great American. So some confusion as to what exactly is going on. She posted that about an hour ago. So I don't know that we have a clear... Oh, you know what I need to do? Where did my thing go? I'm going to have to go get that. I don't know that we have a clear account of what exactly is happening. What I need to do is... Did I pronounce Nick Sortor's name wrong? I might have pronounced it wrong. If I did, I apologize to him and anybody else who I might have offended. You know what? I need about 7 seconds here. I need about 7 seconds. I'm going to take 7 seconds. And while I take 7 seconds, I'm going to let you read again Tricia McLaughlin's post. If it actually can get it on the screen here. Now, why can't I get... Oh, it is on the screen. All right, hold on. Here is her post right here. I need 7 seconds. Give me 7 seconds. Hold on. That was more like 12 seconds. Sorry. Okay. Now, what I need to do here is get something else so I can see it. I need to get something up here so I can see it myself. Hang on. Okay. There was also some reports earlier today, which I haven't even mentioned yet. So earlier today, look at what well, first of all, Bill Melugin with Fox News reported this earlier today. He said, let me get this on the screen. I got to get it on the screen for you, and then I can show it. Bill Melugin of Fox News, there were multiple people who reported this, but Bill said multiple federal sources confirmed to Fox News that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and some but not all of Border Patrol agents will be leaving the state of Minnesota imminently. Oh, somebody said that once again the YouTube did that thing. Once again, YouTube did the thing. I can see it right here. They did it again. I talked to YouTube about this today, actually. YouTube has an ongoing issue where you set it so that you don't want mid-roll ads to play. And I set it that way every stream. And then the system just switches it on you during the stream. So I start every stream the last week and a half or so, and people say, but I'm getting ads. And then I just had to go back in, and I refreshed, and the system had done it again, and it had changed the setting on me again. So I had to change it again. I did talk to YouTube today about it, though. So I made them aware of it. Anyways, I just fixed it. Okay, so again, Bill Melugin of Fox News, multiple sources confirmed to Fox News that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and some, not all, Border Patrol agents will be leaving the state of Minnesota imminently. And then there was also today reported that, talking about the ads during the stream, not before the stream, Kristen Holmes of CNN reported today that top Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino and some of his agents are expected to leave Minneapolis tomorrow and return to their respective sectors. One of our viewers thinks they're on the plane going out of there. So trying to find out more information here. And to repeat, CNN is reporting that DHS has suspended Gregory Bovino's access to his social media accounts effective immediately. According to Caitlin Collins of CNN, Bovino spent yesterday responding to people who were criticizing him and raising questions about his unverified claims about Alex Pretti. So we're trying to get some clarity here as to what exactly is going on. Also, President Trump had some positive things to say today about, was it both the governor and the mayor? All these developments. Yeah, the governor and the mayor. Let me show you. Look at this. Look what President Trump had to say about Governor Tim Walz today. President Trump said, Governor Tim Walz called me with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. It was a very good call, and we actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. I told Governor Walz that I would have Tom Homan call him. reportedly Tom Homan is being sent to Minneapolis, and that we are looking for any. I think Trump might have said they might have even said this in the press briefing today. I have to go back and check, but Trump said, I told Governor Walz I would have Tom Homan call him, and that we are looking for what we are looking for are any and all criminals that they have in their possession. The governor very respectfully understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy that, there you go, Tom Homan is going to Minnesota. And so am I. We have had such tremendous success in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, and New Orleans, Louisiana, and virtually every other place that we have touched. And even in Minnesota, crime is way down, but both Governor Walz and I want to make it better. So, some positive words for Governor Walz from Trump, and he also talked about Jacob Frey. Look what he said about Mayor Frey. President Trump. Hold on, and I'll show you. I'll show you what he had to say. Look what he said about Mayor Frey, President Trump. I just had a very good conversation with Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. Lots of progress is being made. Tom Homan will be meeting with him tomorrow in order to continue the discussion. Thank you for your attention to this matter. We got it. One of our viewers, Parse, thinks Trump has no choice after the backlash. I mean, it certainly seems like. So President Trump is sending Tom Homan to Minneapolis. Tom Homan is the White House border czar. So it certainly seems like maybe Trump is replacing the people in charge in Minneapolis with Tom Homan in charge in Minneapolis. I don't know. Somebody said, well, is ICE going to be removed from there? I don't know. Alex Padilla, who is I just saw this posted, Senator Alex Padilla of California. He posted a link to the Atlantic story claiming that Gregory Bovino has been removed from his role. What did I just do here? And is expected to retire soon. I cannot confirm this from the Atlantic. But Alex Padilla said, this is a good start, but it's not nearly enough. Noam has to go. Oh, Christy Claft mentioned Mayor Frey's post about his conversation with Trump. Mayor Frey said, I spoke with President Trump today and appreciated the conversation. I expressed how much Minneapolis has benefited from our immigrant communities and was clear that my main ask is that Operation Metro Surge needs to end. The president agreed the present situation can't continue. Some federal agents will begin leaving the area tomorrow, and I will continue pushing for the rest involved in this operation to go. Minneapolis will continue to cooperate with state and federal law enforcement on real criminal investigations, but we will not participate in unconstitutional arrests of our neighbors or enforce federal immigration law. Violent criminals should be held accountable based on the crimes they commit, not based on where they were from. I will continue working with all levels of government to keep our community safe, keep crime down, and put Minneapolis residents first. I plan to meet with border czar Tom Homan tomorrow to discuss further next steps. John Flick says, Tom Homan seems like more of a badass. Can't believe they accept this. Now, by the way, it was interesting. You know, as I said, when President Trump said he was sending Tom Homan, oh, you can see Trump's post. I don't even think I read you this. He said, I am sending Tom Homan to Minnesota tonight. He has not been involved in that area, but he knows and likes many of the people there. Tom is tough but fair and will report directly to me. So, when you see that, a natural thought is, as I said, well, it seems like he's kind of replacing Noam and Bovino as the people running the show in Minneapolis with Homan. That's what it kind of seems like, maybe. I mean, it's a natural thought. Now, interestingly, Secretary Noam reposted this, and she said this is good news for peace, safety, and accountability in Minneapolis. She said, I have worked with Tom over the last year, and he's been a major asset to our team. His experience and insight will help us in our wide-scale fraud investigations, which have robbed Americans, and will help us remove even more public safety threats and violent criminal illegal aliens off the streets of Minneapolis. We continue to call on the leadership in Minnesota to allow for state and local partnership in our public safety mission. Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, I don't know personally how happy she is about President Trump making a big thing about sending Tom Homan there. I can't tell. So maybe we'll hear more tonight while we're on the air. But again, The Atlantic is reporting that Greg Bovino is out, but the Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman is denying it. So we'll have to see. I think there might be other stuff coming out tonight. So we're going to be keeping an eye on all of this. I want to take some comments from you guys. We're going to talk about Iran as well. We'll get into that. Whether there's going to be a U.S. attack in Iran. Let me see if I have any other updates on the whole Greg Bovino situation. Give me 2 seconds here. I need to get a couple things on the screen so I can see them. Appreciate everybody being here for our live coverage. Our viewer OPRBR thinks both sides have to concede. The lack of cooperation and communication from both sides has to get better. John Mariska thinks it's going to be bye-bye ICE. Oh, here's something more about the Bovino. Border Patrol commander and some agents expected to leave Minneapolis, AP source says. A senior Border Patrol commander and some agents are expected to leave Minneapolis as early as tomorrow. The departure of Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, who has been at the center of the Trump administration's aggressive immigration enforcement surge in cities nationwide, comes as President Trump dispatched Border SAR Tom Homan to Minnesota to take charge of immigration and customs enforcement operations. Bovino's departure marks a significant public shift in federal law enforcement posture amid mounting outrage over the fatal shooting of 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Pretti by Border Patrol agents. Criticism has increased around Bovino in the last few days after his public defense of the Pretti shooting and disputed claims about the confrontation that led to his death. Wow. Thanks, Stoned in the Wasteland. Stoned in the Wasteland says, goodbye, Gregolf Bovino. Thanks for your support. Raisback thinks those involved in the shooting should leave. Quantum Eddie thinks the Pretti's family is going to sue the administration. I don't know if that's legally, if there's a legal avenue to that. I honestly don't know. W Money thinks Homan can actually negotiate. B2 for Riz thinks ICE is the problem and everyone knows it. Tokau Vids claims they're watching from Iran, which would be cool. I can't say that's happening, though. I'll have to check out what's the latest on the Iran internet updates. We'll get to Iran shortly. Quick thanks also to ZB the Great, who says Trump bump. Thank you, ZB the Great, for your support. Also, thanks Hastings Crew. Give me one moment here. Hastings Crew said Homan a good choice to take over since he was appointed by Obama. According to Wikipedia, he was appointed by President Obama as ICE Executive Associate Director of Enforcement and Removal Operations in 2013. Thank you, Hastings Crew. Thank you, Marcus Planespotting Germany. Thank you, Justin Rochkind. Thanks, Carrie Ann Cayley, our member. Ray Pavarotti, our member. Dodger Blue to you, our member. Jen Haneke, happy birthday to our viewer, Jen. And also, hang on a second here. So will we be hearing something more firm about Greg Bovino tonight? Will everything be completely clarified? Oh, I was going to mention something else here. Another report I saw. So the New York Times is saying that Greg Bovino, Border Patrol Commander at Large, person in charge of the on-the-ground immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis, is expected to leave the city. Now, it's interesting. The Times and a couple other reports I've seen today say, well, this comes after a couple days ago when Bovino said that Alex Pretti intended to massacre law enforcement officers. Yeah, Greg Bovino said that, but he wasn't the only one saying it. I mean, he just basically read the Homeland Security statement that had come out, I believe, hours before Bovino spoke. It was certainly before he spoke. So, and I believe, if I remember right, I believe Kristi Noem read the same statement, basically. So, again, it's a little strange to be saying, well, he said this, and citing that as a reason, when, I mean, he and Kristi Noem basically just repeated the Homeland Security statement that they had put out first. Our viewer Stillrock thinks he repeated the line, enhanced it. Well, then yesterday when he did, we watched it here last night. Yesterday when Greg Bovino did a press conference, he was much more about, let's let the investigation play out. We're going to have an investigation. He was deferring to the investigation yesterday more than he was on day one. Let me also show you this. So AP is calling this, a number of outlets are seeing this as Trump changing his position suddenly. Now, AP says Trump's about face in Minnesota after Pretti's death is latest in a pattern of sudden shifts. Look, I told you last night the Wall Street Journal interviewed Trump yesterday, and they asked him twice if the person who shot, the officer who shot Alex Pretti did the right thing or not. And Trump twice refused to answer them and basically said, wait for the investigation. And we showed you that Trump, as one of our viewers had talked to Walz today, he talked to Governor Walz and Mayor Fry and had positive things to say about them today. President Trump today shifted towards a more conciliatory, working towards agreement approach with the Democratic leaders in Minnesota on Monday, a sudden change in tack following an outcry over the second fatal shooting of a protester by federal agents this month during the administration's nationwide crackdown on undocumented immigrants. The about face comes after Saturday's shooting of Alex Pretti by federal agents raised doubts, including from some Republicans, over how the Trump administration has gone about aggressively deporting immigrants and confronting protesters opposed to the policy. AP says it's the latest in a string of moments where Trump has first taken a maximalist position only to appear later to retreat. I bet they're going to talk about Greenland in this article. Well, Iran, too. Earlier this month, Trump repeatedly threatened Iran with military action if his administration found the Islamic Republic was using deadly force to squelch recent anti-government protests. Human rights groups said thousands were killed, but Trump says he's holding off on acting after he received assurances Iran was suspending hundreds of planned executions. The next week, Trump announced plans to impose new tariffs on European allies that refused to go along with his calls for the U.S. to take control of Greenland, only to abruptly cancel the tariffs after saying he had come to terms of the framework of an agreement. And then today, Trump's administration changed up oversight of his immigration operation in Minnesota, and the typically bombastic Trump offered a warmer tone toward Governor Walz and Mayor Fry. Also, he said Tom Homan is going to Minneapolis. And maybe Greg Bovino is leaving. And remember, President Trump also said today, didn't he say already, President Trump, that some personnel are leaving? I just read it to you, but I forget. Right here. Or maybe he didn't say that, President Trump. But he did say he said nice things about the governor and the mayor and said Tom Homan is going to Minnesota. And anyways, I want to see what you guys have to say about all of this. We still don't know for sure what's happening with Greg Bovino. All right, let's check out some of your comments on this. Dawn thinks Noam and whole regime need to be impeached. Let's see here. Benny Hill says Bovino is getting bad press in the UK. A couple of our viewers said taco. By that they mean Trump always chickens out. Something keeps bumping the microphone. I don't know what's bumping the microphone. I'm not at my normal setup. Maybe I'm bumping it. I don't know what you're hearing. I'll try to keep an ear out, but let's see here. Our viewer Archaeus says sanctuary policies are the root of all of this. Order must prevail, laws upheld. Sign of the Times thinks Bovino needs to step down. One of our viewers said, "Bye, Bovino. Nakanishi Aruno." All right, so it's still unclear. Is Greg Bovino leaving? A lot of reports that he's leaving Minneapolis. Some reports that he's leaving tomorrow. Some reports claim he's getting relieved of his duties. Later in the broadcast, we may look at, we may watch some of what Carolyn Levitt had to say today. We'll do that a little later. I want to focus on what's happening right now. And again, in case I know I said this before, but it's really interesting, so I'm going to say it again. CNN is reporting that Gregory Bovino's access to his social media accounts has been suspended by DHS effective immediately. Caitlin Collins said Bovino spent yesterday responding to people who were criticizing him and raising questions about his unverified claims about Alex Pretti. So it's not exactly clear what's going on with Greg Bovino right this second. I'm hoping to get some more clarity for you. You can write to me on X, by the way, @Lookner. Our viewer Murph wrote in, and he thinks that the Alex Pretti shooting was straight up murder. That's what Murph thinks. Oh, I have something interesting. There's another report that was very interesting that I wanted to mention today. This was very interesting. I've seen this a couple places. I definitely want to mention this. I have seen this from both the Washington Post and Bill Melugin of Fox News. So the Washington Post says, body camera footage of shooting being preserved, U.S. officials say. A Trump administration lawyer assured a federal judge today that investigators have preserved body camera footage and other evidence from the fatal shooting of Alex Pretti. But he stopped short of promising to share that evidence with state investigators. Whole other question here is if the state and the federal government start cooperating a little bit, as President Trump suggested they might, could the state be brought into the investigations of the Renee Good and the Alex Pretti shootings? We'll have to see. A Justice Department lawyer said body camera footage from the Alex Pretti shooting had been uploaded to Customs and Border Protection, which must secure it for 75 years, according to its rules. He did not say how many agents were wearing cameras. There's this question of whether this footage will be made public, whether the state will be able to see it. And Bill Melugin of Fox reported something similar about body camera footage, which I reposted earlier, which is very interesting. Bill said, this is Bill with Fox News, Bill Melugin, @BillMelugin_. Bill posted and said right here, No, where is it here? Bill said, a DHS spokesperson confirms to Fox News that several federal agents had their body cameras on during the interaction that led to the deadly shooting of Alex Pretti in Minnesota, and footage from multiple angles is currently being reviewed by investigators. Will that body cam footage ever be made public? Maybe I'll have to ask the chat. Maybe we'll do a poll. Hold on. Let's do that. Will body cam footage from the MN shooting, from the Pretti shooting, be made public? But so we now have multiple outlets, Fox News and Washington Post, reporting that there is body cam footage. Let's see here. All right, hold on. Oh, I have to pull up the, I have to ask Twitch. I have to ask Twitch the poll question. Sorry, Facebook, they haven't fixed the Facebook polls yet. Okay, so I said to you guys, I said, will body cam footage be released of this alleged body cam footage which exists of the shooting? Will it be released publicly? And here is what our viewers said. Over on YouTube, 56% say no, 44% say yes. Actually, I need to do something real quick here. And then on Twitch, the vote is where'd it go? Where did it go? What happened here? There it is right there. 66% say no on Twitch. 35% say yes. So more of you think no than yes. One of our viewers said, Pono says heavily edited body cam footage. That's what Pono thinks. Morgan says it must be made public. Sign of the Times thinks it will be redacted if it gets released. Rich King says, yes, of course it will be released. Who says, yes, if it exists, and what's it going to change? We have 360 view already. Well, you could imagine it giving some perspective that we didn't have so far. We don't have anything right in the scrum there. I mean, those would be pretty close-up views. Hey, by the way, so thanks for voting in our poll. I mean, I have no idea. But again, multiple outlets now reporting that this body cam footage exists. Thanks for voting in our poll. Yes, and also as our viewer Waki mentioned, what about Alex Pretti's phone footage if he was recording? I have not heard anything about that yet. It's a good question. It's a very good question. Hey, thanks to Benny Hill, who says, how many body cams were worn before they ... Hey, thanks to Benny Hill for your support. Thanks to FlesherNet for the memberships. It's really nice of you, FlesherNet. Thank you. Thanks so much, Dawn. I appreciate that. Thanks to Tycrom. Much appreciated. Thanks, Kareem from Dubai. Kareem from Dubai. Thank you, Kareem. Thank you to Carrie Kyle. Thanks, Stoned in the Wasteland. Also, thanks to FlesherNet. FlesherNet thinks they will have to cover up chunks of it, but I do think we will at least see some of the footage. All right, now, hang on a moment here. Just give me one moment. We haven't even talked about Iran yet. We really should. Well, we're going to. It's not a question, we're going to. But I've just been trying to get you guys. Let me just see if I have any more updates at the moment. Then maybe we can jump over, talk about Iran, then come back and talk more about Minneapolis. Oh, and thanks so much to ACC75, who says, I'm not even American, but I'm worried about the U.S. And Tyler Kerr, thanks Tyler, who thinks they'll release it in 2 weeks. And also, Tdo417, thank you from Canada. Drunk Can't Cook thinks body cam footage will be released, and as with Jonathan Ross, says Drunk Can't Cook, it will further show the agents acting in their best interests and that they had no other option. Thanks, Warlord Gord, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you to Amaris Manson Zombie on Twitch for subscribing. Thanks, Vincent Hawkison, for your support. And Skylar Spirit. Vincent says it will only be released if Minnesota is part of investigation, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing if the state will become allowed to become part of these investigations. Also, Skylar Spirit thinks Trump will be hammered in the midterms if body cam footage is not released. He has no chance but to show the footage. And thanks so much, JD63. I really appreciate that, JD63. So just to repeat on where we're at with the Greg Bovino thing, The Atlantic, which is a news outlet, they're claiming that Gregory Bovino has been removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander-at-Large, that he will return to his former job in El Centro, Florida, where he's expected to retire soon. That's what they're claiming. What is his former job? Is that like a Border Patrol job? Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. So Wikipedia says Trump, in 2025, Bovino led the implementation of the administration's immigration policy in California. Anyways, I'm not sure what that job is. If that means go back to a Border Patrol job and then retire. So, The Atlantic said it, and then the other person who said it is hours ago. Please help me with the pronunciation. I'm aware of who he is, I just have never had to pronounce his name. So I was saying Nick Sortor, but I guess, what is it, Sortor or Sorter? I guess I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm sorry. He said it even before The Atlantic, I think, had it. Conservative influencer. But Homeland Security's Tricia McGlaughlin, Sorter. Okay. So he said it, but then Tricia McGlaughlin denied it. Look. See, as I showed you before, right there. She posted Nick Sorter's announcement, and she said, Chief Gregory Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. He is a key part of the president's team and a great American. Sidewalk Connoisseur says the confusion of what is happening is the point. Unpurged says, so we got a yes and a no. One of our viewers said, when does he start his new talk show on OAN? It has not, there's multiple reports that say he's going to leave Minneapolis. Some say tomorrow. As far as I'm aware, he's still there. I don't have any confirmation he's not there. Hang on a moment here. Let me just check a couple other things and see if we have any other updates. One of our viewers shockingly thinks Bovino is packing his bags tonight. The Wall Street Journal says that Bovino, the face of the immigration crackdown, a public face of the immigration crackdown, is to leave Minnesota. Bovino, it's not just Minnesota. In various cities, if I remember right, he has been very publicly out there, seen as the on-the-ground leader of the forces. Yeah, so the Wall Street Journal today said Bovino will imminently, that's soon, leave Minnesota along with some of his agents. He has emerged as the public face of the Trump administration's immigration enforcement activity in the state. Do you guys think is Bovino kind of just is he taking the fall for everyone? Do you know what I'm saying? Is that what's happening? Will it be Bovino leaves, but that's the big change? I don't know. Winnie Mochi says absolutely. Remember when Bovino came out, I just want to say this again. A number of our viewers think that. When Bovino came out on day one, and he did his press conference on day one, after the shooting happened on Saturday, he basically, if I remember right, just basically read the Homeland Security statement. The Homeland Security had already put out a statement, and he basically said the same thing. I think he was just reading the statement. So he's not the only one who said things he said. At that point, he was just reading the statement that Homeland Security had already put out. So it's not just that he was making this stuff up himself. Now, the other question, which I don't know the answer to, is this question of, so fine, Greg Bovino and Kristi Noem go out there and Homeland Security goes out there and they initially say that Alex Pretti wanted to massacre law enforcement. Also, Stephen Miller said something similar. Stephen Miller posted on his social media. What was the post he made about Pretti? That he was an assassin or something? I have to go back and find it here. So it would have been the 24th. Yes, he said an assassin tried to murder federal agents. That's what Stephen Miller, one of the chief advisors to President Trump. An assassin tried to murder federal agents. Now, here's my point here. My point is this. So all these people are saying these things, right? Where is that coming from? Did President Trump tell them to say that? Or did they not consult with President Trump? Or do they just think, well, this is what he wants us to say? I don't know. I can't tell you. But that's a whole other question. Now, President Trump, I don't think has used that language himself. I don't think he has used that language himself. And if part of the reason that Bovino is getting moved out is because that language bothered people, well, he wasn't the only one using it. So I can't say what happened in the White House. What's my point? I don't have an over. My point is just that it's not two things. First of all, he wasn't the only one saying these things, but as of this point, he's the only one I'm hearing reports about that his job might be at risk. But also, it's interesting. Like, I don't know if just asking about how it works in the White House. I don't know if President Trump is mad at them for saying these things. Or was he, did that come from President Trump and then there was bad public reaction? So he was like, well, we better kind of get off this. Or was President Trump like, why are they saying that? I didn't tell them to say that. I don't know. We should probably talk about Iran a little bit. I really think we might hear more about the Bovino stuff while we're on the air. And who knows, maybe we'll get some sort of statement tonight from Greg Bovino. You never know. You never know. Flight radar time? I don't know about that. Black Irish says, if the body cam footage, our viewer Black Irish says, if the body cam footage of the Alex Pretti shooting demonstrated that Pretti was a threat to law enforcement in some capacity, isn't it extremely likely that Trump and the DHS would release it immediately? I think the reason they have not released the footage is because it's incriminating against the law enforcement officers. That's what Black Irish thinks. Thanks for writing in. All right, so what we're going to do now, let's keep an eye on what's going on with Bovino news. Let's talk about Iran for a bit. All right, let's talk about Iran for a bit. And we're going to come back and we'll keep an eye on Bovino because we may get live updates on this. But the Iran story might be ramping up, okay? And speaking of which, hey, by the way, U.S. Central Command says that the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier is now deployed to the Middle East. See, it says deployed to the Middle East. And is this CENTCOM area? What is the CENTCOM? It says Indian Ocean there. CENTCOM is the part of the armed forces in the U.S. that covers the Middle East. CENTCOM AOR. Okay. CENTCOM area of responsibility. Here we go. Nice little map here. Well, that's a little hard. That's not the most clear map. This is difficult here. Is the whole thing? Gosh, this is confusing. Do they have a better map than this? Hang on. The one for Southern Command is much more clear. I was trying to show you what their area of responsibility is. Well, I can at least show you the... Oh, hold on. All right, regardless, this is the Central Command area of responsibility. So everything, I guess, in dark, it includes the area of responsibility of Central Command, 21 nations, which stretches from Northeast Africa here, across the Middle East, and sent to Central and South Asia. But here's India right here. So they did say here, they said that the carrier strike group is currently deployed to the Middle East. They say it's in the Indian Ocean on January 26th today. I don't know if Indian Ocean counts as close enough to the Middle East to say it's in place for an attack on Iran or not. That aside, though, I can say that another report today said that, and I reposted this earlier. Yes, the Wall Street Journal reported today that the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln and its accompanying warships have entered the Middle East. So it's been about a week or so that since they were ordered to go there. And there's speculation, well, once they get there, maybe President Trump's going to launch some sort of attack on Iran. Okay? And Rittenhouse says takes a week to get there. Oh, I got it. Hey, guys. Oh, no, sorry. I thought it was the official announcement. I was saying, was there an official announcement? That wasn't an official announcement. But... Oh, so also like the War Zone. The War Zone is a very good military news site. It's twz.com. And they have an article today where they also confirm this. If you look at the war, I'm going to post a link to this War Zone article in the chat right now. I'm posting the link to their article. But they say the U.S. military buildup for a possible attack on or from Iran took for a possible attack on or from Iran? Well, because the buildup might want to help defend, say, Israel from an attack by Iran. Anyways, the U.S. military buildup for a possible attack on Iran or to help defend on an attack from Iran took another step forward Monday as the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group entered the U.S. Central Command region, a U.S. official confirmed to the War Zone. Meanwhile, Iran today said it was prepared to defend itself against any new aggression, while its proxies in Yemen and Iraq have vowed to enter the fight on Tehran's behalf. The Houthis on Monday released a video suggesting an attack on the Lincoln. I'll have to put that, I think I saw something about that. I'll have to pull that up. Elements of the carrier strike group were dispatched to the region from the South China Sea by U.S. President Trump, who has repeatedly threatened to strike Iran over its brutal crackdown on anti-regime protests, resulting in thousands killed. The carrier, along with 3 guided missile destroyers escorting it and usually a fast attack nuclear submarine, is currently located in the Indian Ocean, which we actually saw in that post from the Central Command. Okay, so it is now in the Central Command region. Hang on a moment. I'm going to take some of your comments on this. Oh, and I have it. Here's another report about it right here. Here's another report about it. U.S. aircraft carrier arrives in the Middle East as tensions with Iran remain high. One of our viewers said they were assigned. Logic Wing says, I was assigned to CENTCOM. Thanks for your service. Lithrone thinks the U.S. is not striking Iran. We're going to do a poll about this, I think. Pratum A. Corporate says, no attack until midterm. Ashley S. says, can we just have a normal day in America? B. Earhart thinks the Lincoln would be hit if swarmed by Iranian drones. Covert Data thinks this is another wag the dog war to distract us. The Economist had some interesting thoughts today on what Trump might do. Hey, so we're going to talk more about this, but I do want to mention real quick, it's actually relevant to Iran. It's actually relevant to Iran if you give me 2 seconds here. Hold on. If you give me 2 seconds here. Okay, so this is a sponsored broadcast, and our sponsor tonight is Kalshi. Many of you have heard of Kalshi. Many of you follow Kalshi and talk about Kalshi in the chat. Kalshi is a prediction market where you can go there and see how people are thinking about upcoming events. You can also, if you want, trade. It's a prediction market. You can trade on the outcomes of upcoming events. And they have so I'm mentioning this one because in the Economist article today, which I was looking at, they were talking about different possibilities for a U.S. military strike on Iran. And one of them that they talked about, which many others have talked about, is that President Trump could go after Iran's political leadership, including the supreme leader of Iran, Supreme Leader Khamenei. Remember, he is the most powerful person in Iran. The supreme leader is the most powerful figure in Iran. That's the way the Islamic government there that was put into place after the revolution is. So, and remember, President Trump also recently had Maduro, the leader of Venezuela, captured in an operation. So, could President Trump try to take out the supreme leader of Iran? So just to show you what people are thinking over at Kalshi. So on Kalshi, again, you can go to the Kalshi site, kalshi.com. You can just go there and look at different future event questions and see how people are thinking, because the odds go up and down depending on how people are trading on these things. Or if you want to, you can actually trade where you buy, I think they call it an event contract. Depending on the odds, they're all based on, like, the payout is $1 if you bet on I guess it's called trading. So you purchase an event contract for a certain event, and if it ultimately happens, the payout is $1. If it doesn't happen, the payout is $0. But you don't have to wait till it happens or doesn't. You can purchase a contract and then you can sell it the next day. Anyways, you can read all about it at Kalshi. But you can also just go there and look at what people are thinking about things. So currently, these are the odds on Kalshi of Ali Khamenei out as supreme leader. Now, I find it interesting that before March 1st, today is January 26th. So there's over a month until before March 1st. 17% of the people, based on the way people are trading on Kalshi, there's a 17% chance that Khamenei will be out as supreme leader before March 1st. So, I mean, if you think that they're definitely going after Khamenei and you think they're going to do it soon, you'd probably think that's going to be higher. But a lot of people apparently either don't think they're going to go after Khamenei, or they won't be successful in going after him, or it'll be after March 1st. And also, he's older. So the way this is written, it says if he leaves office, then the market resolves to yes. I guess that I'd have to read it and make sure if he dies, does that count as out as supreme leader? Maybe it does. But anyways, so that's the odds over there. I'll post the link to this in the chat. But again, thanks to Kalshi for sponsoring the broadcast. If you want to check out that, they have all kinds of future event prediction markets over there. And I know a lot of times people bring it up in the chat without me even talking about it. They say, hey, Kalshi, the odds are this of this event, of this election, of this happening or that happening. So again, you can use it to do that, or you can use it to trade on future events. And I will put a link to that market in the chat. And the one other thing I want to mention before we move on is that, where is it here? I have to find it here before we can move on. The last thing I wanted to mention about Kalshi is that I completely forgot. It is that right here. I got it. Yes. You can go to kalshi.com/agenda-free and get a $10 credit to trade on any market of your choosing, and I will put that link in the chat right now. So thanks to them. Okay. We're going to poll you guys and see what you think shortly. Okay. Now, let's see. I want to see what you guys think about the upcoming Iran thing. You know what's weird? I got to say something. Here's a weird thing. I feel like when we do streams where we don't talk about Iran, people are constantly yelling at me in the chat, saying, what about Iran? Talk about Iran. Why aren't you talking about Iran more? Do an Iran stream. Then we finally do a stream where we talk about Iran. And what do people say in the chat? To be frank, I don't really think there's much going on there for you to be talking about right now. Why are you talking about Iran? There's nothing going on there. Nothing's going to happen. See, you just can't win. I just can't win. You know I'm right, though. You know I'm right. Oh, I also want to point out there was something interesting. So Tux News pointed out an interesting quote in The Economist article today. The Economist had an interesting article today about what Trump might do military option-wise in Iran. But what they said in their article is, and again, shout out to Tux News for first finding this quote. I was reading the article itself today. I posted a link to the article in the chat. It may be paywalled, although you might be able to read free content over there if it's a limited number of articles on The Economist. The Economist said in their article, they said in private, some Gulf officials say, by Gulf they mean Persian Gulf, in private, some Gulf officials say that a massive American strike on Iran is likely, and that Mr. Trump will probably target Iran's political leadership. What do you think about that? So again, The Economist said today, they said in their article from today, in private, they say it is possible that Trump has not yet made up his mind, but in private, some Gulf officials say a massive American strike on Iran is likely, and Mr. Trump will probably target Iran's political leadership. I got to get some comments from you guys on this and see what you think about this. Let's see. Tidewell says, what could go wrong? Let's see here. By the way, our viewer Ella says, I worked in talk radio for 13 years. No matter what we opened the show with, people would always complain that we should have talked about something else. Let's see here. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen? Our viewer Raisback thinks little shock, mostly awe. Ma Florida thinks the Iran leadership will be 100 meters underground. Mishconsin says smoke and mirrors. Unpurged says Russia will just stand and watch. I doubt that. Billy Joe says Trump will do anything to distract from the Epstein files. Brandy says, will the strike come before or after the shutdown? You know, there's going to be a government shutdown, I believe, on Friday unless the Democrats in the Senate have said they're not going to vote for the funding the government unless there's changes with DHS funding and how DHS is operating. Not DHS. Changes, but changes basically, and I think it's funding regarding immigration enforcement. So maybe it's the DHS funding, but that covers immigration enforcement. Anyways, the Democrats want changes in how all the immigration enforcement is operating. So it's not clear. Now, again, remember, Trump has been Trump called both the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis today. So will some sort of agreement be able to be reached between President Trump and the Congress that will allow the government to not be shut down? I don't know. Well, we should probably talk about that a little bit too. Hold on a second here. So that's a whole other thing. Simon W. Barlow says, is the UK involved in the potential strike against Iran? That I don't know. By the way, a quick thanks to our moderators. I just want to thank our moderators. Thanks so much to I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev on Twitch, and also Beth Mythical, who's moderating, and Ruth is moderating over on YouTube. Thank you so much. And also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And I want to thank our Facebook moderators too. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. Paul Anderson, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks, by the way, LT and Kristen McConnell Gates and Christy Claff for subscribing over on Facebook. Thank you. And thanks, Kristen McConnell Gates, for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. And also thanks to Crypto King for being a member. Thanks, Skylar Spirit. Hey, Skylar, I appreciate that. Also thanks to Midwest Doug. I'll check that out, Midwest Doug. Thank you. Read the Freaking Comic says, was this discussed Republicans turning on Noam? Yeah, we should mention some of the Republican senators, what they've said today, some of them. Thank you. Thanks, J. Rama NZ, Stup1, Kendall77, MB114, thank you. MB114 claims when Charlie Kirk was assassinated in front of his children, the left celebrated. Do not let them manipulate you into thinking they are the good guys by exploiting Alex's death as a moral high ground. That's what MB114 says. Thanks, Red Squirrel, for the membership. Thanks, JD63, who says, don't forget the Epstein files. The DOJ is breaking the law. Thanks also, Red Squirrel. Thanks, Camus. Camus thinks Trump is probably just upset this is taking away attention from the Melania movie. Thanks, Gerson9290. Thanks, Red Squirrel. I appreciate it. All right, hang on. Somebody mentioned I should keep an eye on Minneapolis also. Hold on. I also have to see if we have any more updates on Greg Bovino. Okay. One moment here. Yeah, just a little more on this on the aircraft carrier group that has now arrived. I don't know. I feel like people maybe are, I feel like this story is flying under the radar a little bit. Because when the Iran protests were going on, right, there was so much talk about an American strike is going to happen every day. Got all these messages about it. And people kept talking about it. Now the protest activity, after what looks like a horrific, highly violent crackdown by the government in which many thousands of people were killed, the protest activities apparently lessened for the moment. And I don't know if people are just like, well, we're not hearing a lot about protests, so I guess maybe there's less of a chance of a strike. I mean, look, the aircraft carrier group just got there. So, I mean, that suggests it's more likely at this time. So I do feel like people maybe are sleeping on that story a little bit. I don't know. Trump told reporters last week that the ships were sent to the region just in case. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction, and maybe we won't have to use it, he said. More recently, Trump appeared to have backed away from possible action, claiming Iran had halted the hangings of 800 detained protesters. He has not elaborated on the source of the claim, which Iran's top prosecutor called completely false. However, Trump appears to be keeping his options open. On Thursday aboard Air Force One, he said his threatened military action would make last year's U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites look like peanuts if the government proceeded with planned executions of some protesters. I don't know what's going to happen. Analysts who follow flight tracking data, says AP, have noticed dozens of U.S. military cargo planes also heading to the region. The activity is similar to last year when the U.S. moved in air defense hardware, including a Patriot missile system, in anticipation of Iranian counterattack following the bombing of 3 key nuclear sites. Iran launched over a dozen missiles at Al Udeid Air Base days after the strikes. Remember, part of what reportedly the U.S. is preparing for is not just having its own offensive capability there, but having defensive capability to protect its allies and its own troops in the region if Iran strikes back either in response to a U.S. attack, or they could even strike before a U.S. attack. The Economist talked about that today in their article. The Economist said Iran could perhaps even let loose its missiles preemptively before America or Israel could strike the launchers. I'd be surprised if that happened, but you never know. If Iran thinks, well, they're going to strike all our missile launchers, they might figure, well, we're going to start firing some of these missiles. Allistic says, yes, Iran, let loose the missiles. We can't wait to finish the job. Sambino says, how much is this costing U.S. taxpayers? Oh, the internet status in Iran. I was going to mention that. Thanks for reminding me. Somebody just mentioned that in the chat. So the last update I saw from, hold on. Where is the, yeah, NetBlocks said earlier today, I think it was yesterday. I think this is the last NetBlocks update from, well, early this morning. They said Iran's internet blackout continues through its 18th day, obscuring the extent of a deadly crackdown on civilians. Meanwhile, gaps in the filter net are being tightened to limit circumvention, while whitelisted regime accounts promote the Islamic Republic's narrative. Paula Thompson says, well, he needs a distraction, I guess. I am going to do a poll. Will Trump strike Iran in the next month? How's that? That's the poll question. I'm doing it right now. I just posted it on YouTube. Now I'm posting it on Twitch. 2 polls tonight. How about that? Hey, Sean TV, that's really generous of you. Wow. Hey, thanks so much, Sean TV, for your support. I really appreciate that. Sean TV, thank you. Also, thanks to Mitchell Pilot, who says, I would not be surprised if there are 10 stealth submarines in the water near Iran. Thanks also Ken Dahl for the membership. Thanks to Sofa King, who says, with Bovino gone, maybe cooler heads prevail. A number of reports suggest he's gone, but it's not totally clear yet. I gotta check up on that in a second. Thanks Empire Gone, who says, I hope the Clintons answer for the Epstein files involvement. It's crazy. Thanks Blues Wasted and Betsy's Tag and Sarcasm BTC and Crypto King. All right, so let me show you the poll result. Hold on a second. I said, will Trump strike Iran in the next month? And you guys said here, over on YouTube, here is the poll result so far. I had it. Let's try it again. Uh, 69% say yes. It's interesting. I thought, given the tone of the chat, it was going to be less. It's like there's a silent majority over there on YouTube. The silent majority is speaking in the poll. How about on Twitch? Hey, Twitch. Wow, 64% on Twitch. Look at that. So 70% on YouTube and 61% on Twitch say that the Trump will strike Iran in the next month. Allistic thinks the metrics are more accurate in Twitch. Not too far away from each other. Amy Darcy Marie says, I'm 50-50. Sign of the Times thinks Trump will do what he needed everything to calm down a bit. One of our viewers thinks Friday night. Northern Nancy says he will strike on Friday night. I mean, I will say this. If I remember right, when the Maduro thing happened, like, we knew there might be some action coming in Venezuela, but it was not a night when we were hearing it all day and we were just waiting to hear. Because I remember that suddenly I heard it was happening. It was kind of out of nowhere. So, again, the day the Venezuela happened, it was not like the whole day people were sitting at their TVs or their computers saying it's going to happen today. Fred Flintstone thinks he seems to like weekend attacks. Thanks for voting in the poll. It could be a huge deal. Again, I think given what might happen and given the ramifications of what might happen, I don't know, I feel like the story's going under the radar a little bit. Just a thought. Let's talk about, I had mentioned, one of our viewers said some of the Republicans had posted things. There were some Republican senators who have posted some things not supportive of for example, Kristi Noem and the administration response to the Alex Pretti shooting. Let me show you something. Let me show you them, for example. So, for example, one I read today was Mike Crapo. Didn't he post? Yes. Mike Crapo is a Republican from Idaho. Look what Mike Crapo said. Republican senator from Idaho. Any loss of life under politically charged circumstances is a tragedy. I support a full and impartial investigation into the events leading up to the death of Alex Pretti. His family, law-abiding citizens exercising their Second Amendment right, and the trust of the American people deserve a fair process. Trump administration has secured our borders. Immigration enforcement is an essential function of our government. ICE has an obligation to enforce U.S. immigration law. He says, ICE's duties must be exercised in a way that maintains and restores public trust. Tom Homan's deployment to Minnesota is a good move. So, that's a Republican senator. There's certainly some implicit criticism in there of the initial. You could argue that he's criticizing Kristi Noem. I wouldn't fight you on that. Another Republican senator, Rand Paul, look what he posted today. Rand Paul is the chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. Look what he posted. Today I call on the heads of ICE, Border Patrol, and CIS to testify before the Homeland Security Committee. And then John Curtis, who's a Republican senator from Utah, he posted, "We must have a transparent, independent investigation into the Minnesota shooting, and those responsible, no matter their title, must be held accountable. Officials who rush to judgment before all the facts are known undermine public trust in the law enforcement mission." This is a Republican senator. "I disagree with Secretary Noem's premature DHS response, which came before all the facts were known and weakened confidence." I will be working with a bipartisan group of senators to demand real oversight and transparency, including supporting calls from Rand Paul for leaders of these operations to testify so trust can be restored and justice served. Again, these are Republican senators, guys. So, Sidewalk Connoisseur says, is there a reason why they are doing this after the second person and not the first? Look, so I don't know if they feel, if response is different about the two cases. Do they feel that this is a different type of case? Do they feel that with two, that makes it different than with one? Do they think the politics of this one is different? I can't tell you what's going through their head. Maybe they personally just felt differently about this one. I'm not sure. I understand your question. Holographic statue says the cracks are building. But look, it's really interesting to see these numerous Republican senators coming out like this. Texas says they're Rhino Democrats. All these senators are Rhino Democrats? I don't even think these are known as the more moderate. I mean, I don't think Mike Crapo and John Curtis are known as the more moderate Republican senators. It's not like Lisa Murkowski or Susan Collins. Oh, another one I saw today was Jerry Moran of Kansas. Senator Jerry Moran, Republican of Kansas. Look what he had to say. I am deeply troubled by the shootings in Minneapolis involving federal agents. Our Constitution provides citizens protection from the government. We have a right to free speech, to peaceably assemble, and to bear arms. We also expect government to protect us from lawless behavior. Enforcing immigration laws that remove dangerous criminals from our streets and neighborhoods makes us safer and increases our national security. This can only be accomplished if local, state, and federal officials work together to uphold the law. This tragic circumstance should be investigated to the fullest extent to ensure transparency and accountability. So, again, it is interesting to see all these Republicans coming out. I certainly don't remember this in the previous shooting. Also, I would be surprised. I mean, maybe this sounds really cynical of me, but I'm guessing that if all these senators are coming out and taking this position, I'm assuming they think that this position reflects a lot of their constituents' views. I'm assuming they don't think, well, I'm going to take this position even though all my constituents hate this position. I'm thinking they probably think, yeah, a lot of my constituents might be a little uneasy with this whole thing, with what happened. I mean, wouldn't be surprising if politicians of either party did things that they thought were politically good for them to do. But I think it's interesting. What did somebody say about, hold on a second here. I'll keep an eye. BG on the scene is, so BG on the scene, Brendan Gutenschwager is videoing, doing a live stream. Now he says demonstration outside hotel protesters suspect Greg Bovino is staying at? Well, how do they know he's staying there? I'm going to keep an eye on I'm looking at the stream here. I'll keep an eye on it. He's not showing some police cars right now. This is BG on the scene. So, I mean, if things kind of heat up, I can buy the stream and show it, but I'll keep an eye out for it right now. Again, it's BG on the scene. Do we have any updates about Bovino? A quick thank you to a couple people. Thanks to Diet Ginger Ale for your support, who says calling for an investigation is not outright condemning the ICE operations, Trump, Bovino, or any of it. These senators are hedging their bets, I think. Thank you so much, Diet Ginger Ale. Thanks, Sofa King. Thank you, Sofa King. Also, James Darnell, who says, we can't stop zombies from destroying cities while high on TV, but there's never too much wars a million miles away. Love the American coverage. I think I fell for it again. That's from James Darnell. Thanks also, Mitchell Pilot, who says, remember the Ford strike group, carrier strike group, remained in Southcom for weeks before the Venezuela attack. Hang on a moment here. Quick thanks to Toolman Tim for the gift sub. Thanks again, Toolman Tim, for a gift sub on Twitch. Ice Pilot, thanks for subscribing. CC, thanks for the bits. Oh, I got behind on Twitch, thanks, I'm sorry. Vanalog, thank you. Hello, it's Megan, goodbye, thanks for subscribing. Monkey, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. All right, do we have any updates about Greg Bovino? It's still not entirely clear what's going on with him. For those who didn't hear earlier, there's a bunch of reporting that Greg Bovino, who is the public face, really, of the on-the-ground operation, immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis. Multiple outlets say he's going to be leaving Minneapolis, although a couple claim he's been fired from his job, but it's not clear. And also there's questions about whether troops, wasn't it the mayor who said that, didn't the mayor say troops were going to be leaving? Hang on a moment here. Sober Pal Grunt says he will leave and he's not fired. Mayor Fry again said that I spoke with President Trump today and appreciate the conversation. I expressed how much Minneapolis has benefited from our immigrant communities and was clear that my main ask is that Operation Metro Surge needs to end. The president agreed the present situation can't continue. And Mayor Fry says some federal agents will begin leaving the area tomorrow. How many? I don't know. April Martin thinks Bovino was relieved of his duties. We still don't know that. Remember, Homeland Security spokeswoman denied it. There are protesters out there. It seems like a pretty under control protest. You can go to BG on the scene and watch it at a hotel in Minneapolis. It looks like they're being kept away from the hotel. They're not right next to the hotel. Here again is what Tricia McLaughlin said right there. She said of Homeland Security, Gregory Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. As Carolyn Levitt stated from the White House podium, Bovino is a key part of the president's team and a great American. Oh, hold on. We might have to go to the protest. They're banging on the sign of the hotel. I think I'm going to buy the video from BG on the scene and pay him for his feed, because protesters are starting to do some damage over there. So let me pull that up right now, guys, for you. I got to pull this up. They seem to be destroying the sign of the hotel. Or trying to. Oops, hold on. I need a moment. Is it still showing it or not? Let's see. They were just banging on the sign. They just showed it. I'll pay him for his stream. I don't know how much of it I'll use, but I'll pay him for it. So let's go to Minneapolis. Let's go out, thanks to BG on the scene, to Minneapolis. But I need to put it on the screen. So give me a moment here. Here, look. It's coming. It's coming right now. We need volume.
I don't need the fucking gun for! What are you fucking scared? Shame on you! Shame on you! Are you gonna kill us all? Are you gonna kill us all?
Okay.
Supposed to protect and serve us, motherfuckers! Shame on you! You're supposed to protect and serve us! Are you gonna kill us all? Are you gonna kill all of us? Hey, do something! Do something for your people! You can't something!
What's happening now? Hold on a second. We'll have to wait for his feed to come back. Give it a moment. Sometimes it takes, he has a little pause issue. Normally it comes back in a few seconds. This is a hotel protesters suspect that Greg Bovino is staying at, but his feed just paused. He's at the, I'm sure he's at the mercy of his signal. We have spinning circle for him. Hopefully he gets it back. Once in a while he has to restart his stream. Here, it's back, it's back, it's back. It's back. Uh-oh. He's having some more issues. Oh, go back. More issues. Sorry, I cannot control the signal there, so probably bad signal. But we'll keep with it. We'll stick with it. This is protesters outside hotel. They believe Bovino is staying.
Help us!
So we'll have to just, I think probably the signal's not great, so just bear with. Hold on, something's happening. They're arresting somebody. Wait, you'll see in a second. They're arresting somebody. They're taking somebody away. Oh my, they're taking somebody away. They're taking somebody away. Oh my gosh. Look at this. There's clashes going on. Clashes going on. Oh wow. Whoa. Again, his signal's cutting out a little bit, but he'll be back. Watch this. Wow. They're taking him away. Again, I appreciate BG on from BG on the scene. I appreciate him letting me pay for his live. Quick thanks to Renee and Snowkeeper in. While I have a second, quick thanks to Lear and Snowkeeper. Oh, wait a second. Look at this. Bunch of people there. Look at this. Bit of a crowd there. Again, sorry, the signal is not great there, but he's doing a good job of it. A lot of law enforcement there. Look at all the law enforcement. Hold on. Signal issue. Coming back. I don't know that Greg Bovino is there, but there's a lot of law enforcement there. I mean, you can clearly see one of our... We were covering last night when protesters were at a different hotel where they thought ICE was at. Now they're putting on their masks. They're putting on their masks. They're putting on their masks right now. Look, are we going to see gas soon? Maybe we're going to see gas soon because they're putting on their masks. We can see that. So look at, they're suiting up right now. One of our viewers... We'll have to see what happens. One moment. More law enforcement coming in right now. Thanks Sofa King and Aleatoric, and also Nina Drew, Candy Larson, Gox Birds, Cosmic Brownies, Lear 8604, Snowkeeper, Christopher Johnson, and Renee. Thank you.
What's gonna get hurt? I'm giving you a lawful order. Move back, step back, move back, step back.
Uh-oh, they're moving forward. They're coming forward now. They're coming forward now. Okay. They're pushing people back now. They are pushing people back now. They're clearing the area, it looks like. Oops, hold on one moment. Give me one moment. I'm just getting this up on the screen. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Again, this is a hotel where protesters believe Gregory Bovino stayed. They're putting up another yellow line. I do not have control over the signal issues, so sorry about that.
You're not protecting Minnesota, you're protecting ice. Protect Minnesota. That's not a proper way to hold that weapon. Point your weapon down. You are an unlawful assembly. I'm asking you to step back and stand down. You're invading our right to free expression. You're violating the First Amendment. I am giving you a lawful order. Step back. Stand down.
So some people in the chat said the original stream isn't buffering. Guys, I'm watching the original stream. It's not just me, it's on the original stream. I don't know. I can try refreshing just everything. I mean, I just pulled it up on my phone too. The phone is using the same internet. You know what? Let me try refreshing something here. Let me try a quick refresh because I have it on my phone too, and my phone is using the exact same internet. So I don't know why that's acting all weird. Let me try something real quick. Hang on. I'm going to try something real quick. Let's try something. Let's try a little refresh here. Hang on. I mean, the internet speed here is very good, so it's not the speed. Let's try something. Hang on. I think I know what it might be. Bear with me for one more second here. Bear with me for one more sec. Hold on. Let's try this now. Give me a moment. Why is it? It's like something with the browser or something. Let's try it. I'm going to try it a different way. I'm going to try it a different way. So weird. All right, I think I got it. I think I got it. Give me 1 second. I'm putting it on the screen right now. I think I got it. I think I got it. If you give me a second, I think we're good. Let's try this. Let's try this and see if it works. Now what's happening? Why did it go? Why did it do that? What in the world? Hold on. We'll get it fixed. Things are misbehaving on me. Let's try it again. Let's see. How's this? There? Do we get it? Yes, this is live. Lot of law enforcement there. Uh-oh, that guy's getting very close. Real quick, I just want to mention real quick, some of our viewers are saying it looks like those are local police and not federal police. I can't see, are they Minneapolis or are they Minnesota State Police? I'm not sure. I think they are local, not federal, but I haven't been able to read what the patches say. Maybe you guys have read that. Are more people showing up? Are more people showing up there? Is it getting bigger? It's a pretty decent sized crowd. Maybe because it's at a shopping mall. Unlawful assembly announcement right now. Listen. They're announcing it right now.
It looks like command and control.
So we just heard them make an unlawful assembly announcement to police. A while back, we saw them put on their gas masks. So
significant pain and result in serious injury.
Now what's happening? Are people? Some people leave. What's happening now? What's happening here? What's happening here? What's going on over here, guys? What's happening over here? What's happening here? Look at this. Whoa. What is happening? Are they arresting someone? Yeah, they have somebody right there.
Good work, get back.
Sorry.
This is Maple Grove, Minnesota. This is Maple Grove, not Minneapolis. People are looking out their windows. They're looking out the windows. Hey, quick update. This is in Maple. Really quick update. I heard Brendan posted, this is actually in Maple Grove, Minnesota, which is a suburb of Minneapolis. Maple Grove, Minnesota. Give it a second. It is.
Hey, Greg, I'm going to come back to California with you.
It's 13 degrees Fahrenheit there. 13 degrees Fahrenheit. Chaotic situation.
You guys are talking. Got the wide magazine of 9 mil ammo. Yeah. I don't like it.
What happened?
Oh, had that happen again. I think that's on the original feed.
I stepped away for a little while and they didn't even know.
So, is this the original feed now, or is this? Because I fixed it before. Let me check it on my phone and see if it's doing the same thing on my phone. I'm checking on my phone. My phone is working. I might have to do a little reset here. Let me do a quick reset here.
They went out and arrested.
Threat to public safety.
Hold on.
I hereby declare this an unlawful assembly.
Hold on, here we go.
You are in violation of Minnesota State Statute 609.705, unlawful assembly. I am now issuing a public safety order to disperse and order all those assembled in front of the residents to disperse immediately and cease your unlawful behavior, which
Disperse
means leave the
immediately.
area peacefully. If you do not do so, you may be subject to arrest or subject to other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents and the use of less lethal devices and or crowd control tactics, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. The following routes of dispersal are available. Please leave to the south or the south.
Uh-oh. All right. Some of our viewers said he was having an issue with his. Again, I want to make sure it's not on my end.
Southeast towards Hemlock Lane. You have 3 minutes to disperse.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Hey guys, are you getting this on? I have it on my phone. Let me take a minute. Yeah, some people say it's buffering for them too. Is it?
If you continue
Yes.
to
Okay. So it's not just my end, right? Okay. Yeah. So a bunch of other people said it's buffering on for them as well. Yeah, it's not just mine. It's not just me. Again, so. Yeah, guys, it's, we'll keep watching this feed. Gave them 3 minutes. Gave them 3 minutes to leave. 3 minutes. Somebody said on its Facebook. It could be. Is it a YouTube? I can pull up his Facebook and see if it's there. If it's any better there. But, yeah, it was buffering on Facebook as well.
kidnappers! What the fuck?
They're jamming it, somebody said. Yeah, again, it's not just on my end. Other people were having issues with the other people are watching it who are watching this, the original, and they say it's on the original as well. So, again, it's coming back now, though. Yeah, I can't just steal any feed I want, guys. I gotta pay for the stream. So I talked to BG before. I can't just steal other people's streams. Yeah, there might be a lot of people streaming from there.
This is a test of the long-range acoustic device LRAD.
What?
2, 3.
Huh? Was that real or was that the protesters doing that? Do they really have LRAD? LRAD is a sound cannon. That's what LRAD is. It's a high intensity.
My name is Lieutenant Eric Bisick with the Minnesota State Patrol. Due to your unlawful conduct and threat to public safety, I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. You are in violation of Minnesota State Statute 609.705, unlawful assembly. I am now issuing a public safety order to disperse and order all those assembled at the Residence Inn off of Village Drive to immediately disperse and cease your unlawful behavior, which means leave the area peacefully. If you do not do so, you will be subject to arrest or subject to other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents and the use of crowd control tactics or less lethal devices, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. The following routes of dispersal are available. Please leave to the south or the southeast towards Hemlock. You have 1 minute to disperse.
You have 1 minute to disperse.
If you continue to obstruct, resist, or interfere with the police officers, you'll be in violation of Minnesota State Statute 609.50, obstructing the legal process, which is additional crime. Thank you.
They said 1 minute.
Now we want to follow the law! They've been terrorizing us for 5 weeks straight, and you did nothing! Fuck the law! There will be hell to fucking pay for fucking today! Fuck you! And you broke my fucking horn! Fuck you! You are fucking free!
Hopefully BG is okay. BG has press stuff on. Windy out. Yeah, BG wears press gear, so hopefully he'll be okay. He might have a gas mask on too, BG. What's happening now? Here we go. Here we go.
You're now under arrest. left.
Uh-oh.
Please sit down and
Breaking
wait for
news.
instruction.
Whoa, 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 they're going out. I'd say they're under arrest. They're grabbing people. They are chasing after people now. They are arresting people now. It looks like. Unless they're just basically chasing after them.
Where's your credentials?
I'm at level 12 news.
I can't hear you.
I'm at level 12 news. BG on the scene. I just pressed.
You don't have any press credentials?
I don't. I can show you
BG.
All right, why don't you move out there, okay? Just get out there. Stay outside the line, okay? Coming out. Coming out.
BG had to talk to the police.
Greg Bovino, there's a slot waiting for you in hell. Off to the side. Open chair right next to Charlie Kirk and Dick Crane.
Now, it looks like they basically pushed the perimeter back. All right, hang on, he lost his signal. It looks like they pushed the perimeter back. I didn't really see them arrest people. So we'll see what happens there. It kind of looks like they just pushed everybody back. That's what it looked like. Sorry, he's having a bit of an issue with his signal. It's coming back now, though. Hold on. Yeah, it's frozen on his actual. It's not me. It's the stream, but he'll be all right. Happening over here. Oh. They are clearing everything out. Look at this. These are local police. These are not federal, I don't think. I believe these are local police. Give it a second, it'll come back. Again, I believe the police are local. So again, outside of a hotel. I don't know if they took anybody into custody when they all kind of moved out and they spread people from right next to the hotel. Sorry about his signal issues there. While I have the second here, let me thank a couple people. Oh, I don't. His signal came back. Uh-oh. We're hearing them announce again.
Significant pain or result in serious injury. The following routes of dispersal are available. Please leave to the south. Leave from the business area. And leave the area.
So again, it sounds like they're going to...
1 minute to disperse.
Now they said this earlier. They said this earlier, and then they push people back.
You'll be in violation of Minnesota State. You have 1 minute to disperse. If you continue to obstruct, resist, or interfere with police officers, you'll be in violation of Minnesota State Statute 609.50, obstructing the legal process.
So what's happening here? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening right there? Look, look, look. They're getting somebody. What's happening right there? They're getting somebody right now. What do they do? They're arresting somebody. Right here. Look at this. All right, it paused a little bit, but we'll wait until it comes back and see what happens as soon as the signal comes back. I don't know why that person there, his signal is on pause, but when it unpauses, we'll see what happens. Watch, you'll see it in a second. They just took somebody away. They just took somebody away. Now they're getting pushed back further. State trooper, it says. State trooper. State trooper. State trooper. Is that them taking somebody else into custody right there in the back? Windy out there too, it sounds like. It's about 13 degrees there. The temperature there is 13 degrees Fahrenheit. It's windy, 13 miles sustained winds, 13 mile an hour sustained winds. So it's windy and 13 degrees. They're coming around the back. What's happening now? Right, BG is going around the back. What's happening? There they are. Uh-oh. Oh, they got somebody else. They're taking somebody into custody. There's somebody else getting taken into custody right now. So a number of people being taken into custody. We have seen
What are your
so
names?
far. 2 people there. I see 2. At least 2 there. At least 2. Maybe a third back there too.
Make you feel good?
Yes, I know her.
We were safe. We were safe.
This fat ass bitch just detained my homegirl over there. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all can't handle being heckled? The fuck they giving y'all pussy asses guns for then? The fuck are we doing?
Charles Adam, we better do something about this shit. On my dead, we done being silent. We done being cool. Because I was silent and cool. Speaking my mind and looking at me, cuz. And what? Freedom of right. The fuck is we doing? The fuck is we doing?
That guy, so another person being taken into custody right there.
What is we doing? This is America. This is America. What is we doing?
Looks like 3 people there being detained. Uh-oh, they're moving forward now. They're moving forward. They're moving forward.
My name is Lieutenant Eric Weisnick with the Minnesota State Patrol. Due to your unlawful conduct and threat to public safety, I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. You are in violation of Minnesota State Statute 609.705, unlawful assembly. I am now issuing a public safety order to disperse and order all those assembled.
Wow. A lot of law enforcement there running across this parking lot now. Uh-oh, what's happening now? What's happening now? Give it one more minute. They've really pushed back people from the hotel across this big parking lot there. All right, BG's having a bit of trouble with the signal right now. Thanks so much to Express Investing. And I am Charlie while we wait for the signal to come back. It's about to come back in a second. Man with two eyes as well.
Threat to public safety, I hereby declare.
Thanks also Jasper Axelrad. Thanks,
this
Jasper.
To be an unlawful assembly. You are in violation. You're in violation of Minnesota State Statute 609.705, unlawful assembly. I am now issuing a public safety order to disperse and order all those assembled.
Are there even that many people there anymore?
At the Wellhaven and Wing Financial Credit Union parking lot. Immediately disperse, cease your unlawful behavior. Leave the area peacefully. Do not do so, you will be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police actions could include the use of chemical agents, the use of less lethal devices, and or crowd control tactics.
I mean, it seems like that the protests have really dispersed. I don't really see many protesters in that one particular location. But we'll see.
Which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury.
Thanks to the THX 1974 for the memberships. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks ZB the Great. Thanks Live Animal, by the way. Appreciate it. And I am Charlie for your support. Give him a second. It's having some signal issues there at the moment. Give me a moment here. Oh, it's coming back right now.
Following routes of dispersal are available. Please leave to the...
Quick thanks to CKIT on Twitch. Oh, there's still some protesters right there. Okay, well, there are some protesters there. Right in there. I think. Right there. Thanks again, C-Kit19. It's cold out. Look at the wind. is 13 degrees and windy. Okay, they're backing people up, I think, now. They're starting to, police are going to move and back people up more. Here we go, the line is moving. Clearing out the parking lot. Trying to get the people to go home, the rest of the people. By the way, ABC News posted that ABC News posted a story with the headline, Border Patrol Commander Bovino returning to his position in El Centro. They say Greg Bovino is returning to El Centro, California to resume his duties as chief of that sector. Multiple sources told ABC News the position of commander-at-large was a temporary position. There's a bunch of other reports like this tonight. AZ Intel posted this story as well. Thanks, AZ Intel. DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said earlier today, Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. Oopsie. Hold on. One second. You'll see it in a second. Hold on. Here we go. I have not seen any confirmation that Bovino has actually left Minneapolis yet. Again, protesters were gathered tonight outside a hotel they thought he was staying at, and we have been watching as via BG on the scene as police cleared protesters away from that area where the hotel is. And it looks like a lot of them left, the protesters. It looks like. Much quieter there now. Actually, I'll look at all the law enforcement. But we did see a number of people taken into custody. During the stream, we probably saw about, what, 6, 7 people taken into custody, if not more. The New York Times reports. The New York Times reports the Biden Department of Justice opened an investigation into Ilhan. Oh, sorry. The New York Times reports the Biden Department of Justice opened an investigation into Ilhan Omar, into her finances, but that investigation stalled for lack of evidence. The New York Times says the Biden Justice Department was scrutinizing Ilhan Omar's finances, campaign spending, and interactions with a foreign citizen. Our viewer Jack said he had seen on flight radar on ADSB exchange there appeared to be a Minnesota Department of Public Safety helicopter on scene. Was that earlier? I don't know. Much quieter now than it was before, I'll tell you that. Oh, there's still a helicopter up in the area from Minnesota Department of Public Safety around the Maple Grove area. So, it's still there. Looks like it's over the parking lot. I don't hear it on the feed, but it looks like it's on ADSB exchange. That helicopter is still up there. Much quieter there now. Before, there was a big crowd, well, significant crowd outside this hotel. They were making lots of noise. Some people were hitting the sign of the hotel, and a lot of it got cleared out. I don't know if any ICE is staying there. I can't confirm. I'm going to update the protesters cleared. It's a long headline. I wonder if they'll keep law enforcement there to protect from if the protesters come back. Probably have to keep some there. One of our viewers thought it was, Do Your Duty thought it was Bovino in the window. Thanks again for your support. Express Investing, Man with Two Eyes, Live Animal, I Am Charlie, the THS 1974, ZB the Great, Mama 457 Rose, Gulthur Izul. I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream and the channel. Thanks to BG on the Scene for letting me buy his footage. I really appreciate him being out there. RKNN, thanks RKNN, by the way. Midwest Doug. ACC75, Gaming with Gecko. Nina Drew. Did I think LOSF3DR? Oh, no, those I think are press. Press. Press is there. I didn't know that this was gonna happen tonight. I wasn't planning on covering this, but it happened, so we covered it. By the way, thanks to ZB the Great, thank you. That's really nice of you. Thanks, ZB the Great. I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree, Loca My Life. BG has been very good. He does a great job of finding out where things are going on. And then when he's there, he does a very good job of getting really good shots of the action. He's very good at what he does. Ford Fisher's great, too. I've used Ford, and there's other people I've paid for their streams, too. But a lot of them are really good. But a big thing is, just figuring out where things are going to be and getting there. I didn't know this was going to happen here. He said he figured it out and he went over there. Thanks to Chef Danny B. Chef Danny B, that's really nice of you. Thanks for the memberships. So before I knew about this, I was going to play. Before I knew about this, I was going to actually play some of what the White House press secretary said today. So we might look at that a little bit. Studio Soul says his coverage yesterday was insane. Yeah, it was very good. You can follow him if you want on social media. BG on the Scene. So again, multiple reports say that Greg Bovino is leaving Minneapolis soon. Not clear if that's going to be tonight or tomorrow or whenever. I was wondering if protest stuff might die down if, well, I'm sure there's a lot of anger there still, but if Bovino leaves and some of the, the mayor said that some of the immigration officers are supposed to leave. I think he said tomorrow. So, if that starts happening, could we get less protest activity? Don't know. June Ann Griffin says such a change from last night. Well, yeah, last night was a pretty intense scene there. Also, the people were more destructive at the hotel last night than tonight, but there was more law enforcement out there tonight. Are the protesters moving to another area? I haven't heard it. I don't know.
I missed the action, man.
Again, the reason they were supposedly there is that they thought Greg Bovino was there. This is a suburb of Minneapolis. I'm surprised. I thought we were going to maybe hear some more tonight about Bovino, and still a bunch of uncertainty about what's going on with him. Thanks to Gringo, our member. Appreciate Gringo. Also, Jesus C. Menendez, who says, "Sweet dreams, Bovino and team. We appreciate everything you did for us." Thanks, David Ferriello. Yeah, I was able to get out a little today. I'm in Buenos Aires, Argentina right now, but covering news. Have my portable setup here, but when I'm not on the air, I'm trying to check out some of the city. It's a lovely city. I wonder. Oh, he's still going. Underjolt says Bovino should have been removed sooner, but I still support ICE. By the way, update about Iran, guys. AP reports that the U.S.-based human rights news agency, which has been accurate in multiple rounds of unrest in Iran, they verify each death with a network of activists on the ground in Iran. They are now saying at least over 5,700 protesters have been verified killed in Iran. And they say that the crackdown has seen over 41,000 people arrested. As we discussed earlier on the stream, we discussed this, that a U.S. aircraft carrier group is now in the Middle East. So waiting to see if President Trump orders a strike, or maybe he's already ordered if it gets carried out on Iran. Oh, thanks David Ferriello for the memberships. That's really kind of you, David. Thank you. All right, so, well, at this point, I mean, I don't think we need to keep watching BG's stream. He did a great job. That was BG on the scene. I can keep an eye on it. I was going to show it. Do people want to see a little of what? I think we should check out a bit of what the press secretary said today. So remember, some reports going around tonight about Greg Bovino, the public face of the operation, the immigration operation in Minneapolis. Yeah, I think we're going to check out in a moment. We'll check out what the press secretary had to say. So she wouldn't be talking about that because that came out after she appeared. But you can see here, here's an example of a report right here. Bovino to leave Minneapolis as Trump reshuffles the leadership of his immigration crackdown. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino is expected to leave Minneapolis on Tuesday. According to AP, that's tomorrow, as the Trump administration reshuffles leadership of its immigration enforcement operation and scales back the federal presence after a second fatal shooting by federal officers. President Trump said he was placing his border czar, Tom Homan, in charge of the mission, with Homan reporting directly to the White House after Bovino drew condemnation for claiming the man who was killed had been planning to massacre law enforcement officers. I mean, it wasn't just him who claimed that. Homeland Security claimed that. I believe Kristi Noem claimed that. Bovino's leadership of highly visible federal crackdowns, including operations that sparked mass demonstrations in LA, Chicago, Charlotte, and Minneapolis, has drawn fierce criticism from local officials, civil rights advocates, and congressional Democrats. A person familiar with the matter told AP Bovino is among the federal agents leaving Minneapolis. The departure accompanies a softer tone from Trump on the Minnesota crackdown, including President Trump saying today that he spoke with both Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, and he said he had productive conversations with them. Okay. Oh, thanks to Peanut Butter Jelly 4, who says Dems think doing their job means doing absolutely nothing. That's what Peanut Butter Jelly 4 says. Thanks also, Mama 457 Rose. It's very nice of you. And Vanessa. Vanessa thinks Noam is the one who needs to go. She's not the right person for that job. All right, in a second, we should look at, why don't we take a look at, again, because I haven't even seen it, the White House, some of what, I don't know, we don't necessarily have to watch all of it, but I'm interested in seeing what the White House had to say today, what Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt had to say earlier. Let's take a peek at that. I have it right here. I have it right here. All right, and by the way, let's see here. Hold on. Hang on. By the way, thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators being here. Hold on, I'm putting this on the screen right now for you. There it is. The first frame is kind of blurry, but it'll get less blurry. This is earlier today. Earlier today, which is, my days are all screwed up. Monday. Shout out to all of our mods, by the way. We just quickly shout them out. They're awesome. I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev on Twitch. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And also, hang on a moment here. We have over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Thanks. Ruth over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, all of our mods. And for those who hadn't heard this report, I know a bunch of you have heard it, but for those who haven't, CNN is reporting that the DHS has suspended Gregory Bovino's access to his social media accounts, effective immediately. CNN Caitlin Collins says, Bovino spent yesterday responding to people who were criticizing him and raising questions about his unverified claims about Pretti. Also, multiple outlets, Fox News and Washington Post, are saying that there are body cam videos from the officers who were involved in the Alex Pretti shooting. I don't know if we'll get to see any of those, but there are body cam videos that the authorities are looking at. Bill Malugin of Fox News, for example, reported that today. He said, according to Fox News, a DHS spokesperson says several federal agents had their body cameras on during the interaction that led to the shooting, and footage from multiple angles is being currently reviewed by investigators. Our viewer, Kutiek, thinks the CNN interview got Bovino fired. He looked terrible. Hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. Sorry, my nose is stuffy. I have a bit of a cold right now. So conservative influencer Nick Sorter, who has been posting about the Bovino stuff. Now, he actually posted, I think before the reports became widespread, that like 5 hours ago or so, he had said that Bovino was no longer commander at large of U.S. Border Patrol. A few minutes ago, Nick Sorcher said President Trump was not aware of the decision to remove Bovino from his role, nor was Secretary Noem. Trump and Noem fully back Bovino. That's what Nick is saying. I have no idea if that's true. Okay. I'm just seeing if I have any other updates on that for you. Here is what, who removed him then, says awesome guy. Sevenfold says fall guy. Oh, I think, thanks by the way, Helen Anderson. Thanks Helen for the Facebook stars. All right, let's listen to a bit of what Carolyn Levitt had to say today. I didn't even hear this. I don't know if she talks about something else at the beginning. I'll skip that over and get to the stuff that's more relevant to like what we've been covering. But let's hit play for a second, see what she had to say. This is earlier today.
For the rest of the government in the country. And as much of the country feels the impacts of that winter storm, President Trump continues to monitor the situation closely, and he has remained in constant contact with FEMA and emergency responders. President Trump also quickly approved 12 federal emergency disaster declarations within 24 hours for the states of Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, enabling these states to access critical federal resources to supplement their response efforts if needed. These declarations will help state-led efforts of turning power back on, clearing roads for emergency services, and keeping communities safe. The White House will continue to correspond directly with governors and local officials in the coming days, especially in those states that were harshly impacted by this storm. I would also like to address the chaotic scenes in Minnesota over the weekend. Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Pretti, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota. For weeks, Governor Walz and the Mayor Jacob Fry and other elected Democrats were spreading lies about federal law enforcement officers who are risking their lives daily to remove the worst criminal illegal aliens from our streets: murderers, rapists, pedophiles, human traffickers, and gang members. Governor Walz and Mayor Fry have shamefully blocked local and state police from cooperating with ICE, actively inhibiting efforts to arrest violent criminals. They have also used their platforms to encourage left-wing agitators to stalk, record, confront, and obstruct federal officers who are just trying to lawfully perform their duties, which has created dangerous situations threatening both these officers and the general public and Minnesotans alike. This is precisely what unfolded in Minneapolis on Saturday morning. Obstructing federal law enforcement and inciting violence against officers is wrong and illegal. This used to be a universally accepted position in the United States. Amid the hysteria, we must remember how we got here to this moment today and what this Democrat opposition is about. Former President Joe Biden and the Democrats opened America's borders for 4 years, inviting tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to flood into our country. Among them, violent criminals who terrorized American communities and have inflicted devastating, permanent pain and harm on law-abiding Americans and their families. Yet we never saw outrage from Democrats or their allies in the liberal media over these horrifying crimes against U.S. citizens. The pain of American angel families was ignored and dismissed because it undermined the Democrat narrative. Innocent Americans like Jocelyn Nungray, Laken Riley, and Rachel Morin are just a few of the many victims savagely murdered by illegal alien criminals. Earlier this month, an illegal alien from Mexico with a long criminal history who came into our country under Joe Biden's administration threw a baseball-sized stone at a school bus carrying children in New Jersey and fractured the skull of an 8-year-old innocent child. President Trump promised accountability to these American families by securing the border, deporting every illegal alien who has committed crimes, especially and most importantly, violent crimes. Nearly 80 million Americans voted for him to deliver on that very promise, and he is. As the duly elected president, the president is fulfilling the will of the people by arresting and removing these threats from our country in cities from Los Angeles to New York, and yes, Minneapolis. Yet
guys,
Democrat leaders in Minnesota with...
I'm just going to pause this for a second because it looks like there might be some protesters back out. There might be some protesters back out there at the scene in Maple Grove, Minnesota. So let me just check that out for 1 second here. BG on the Scene is still out streaming there. So let me just check and see what's going on over there. Hey, Marty Hagwood, that's so kind of you, Marty. Wow. That's very nice of you, Marty. I really appreciate it. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Marty Hagwood, thank you. All right, so let's go over to Maple Grove, Minneapolis, and see what's happening there. Oh, this is Maple Grove, Minnesota, not Minneapolis. Maple Grove, Minnesota. Oopsie. Hold on, typo. They came back. A bunch of them came back. Look, a bunch of them are there now. So the police are still there, but you know, they cleared people out and pushed people way back, and now a bunch of people have come back. I got to put the credit back up. I forgot to put the credit back up on the... It says from BG on the scene. I had it up there before. I forgot to put it up this time. My bad. Oh, they're putting up more. They're putting up the yellow lines again. Look at this. Wow. I thought they were done with. What's happening now? Now what's happening? What's going on now? Oh, are they arresting somebody? Hold on. His signal cut out. His signal cut out. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Hold on, I'll get it back for you. I got it back for you. Hold on, I'll fix it. I will fix it. I need 1 moment to fix it. Did they just grab somebody? Or the shovel? They grabbed the shovel? Somebody said they grabbed the shovel. Uh-oh, here we go. I hear a siren. This is live. BG is live right now. Some protesters came back. I wonder if more people will come back. Will they eventually? I mean, hold on. I mean, given that they declared an unlawful assembly like hours ago, I assume they won't let them keep disturbing people all night. I don't know. Might they just start arresting everyone? But I mean, I guess another thing they could do is try to surround the protesters. I don't know what they're going to do. Thanks to CJ Breaks Things, and also CJ Breaks Things, thank you. Hold on. I can hear the helicopter overhead, which I believe is a state police helicopter still. Thanks also Man with Two Eyes and JB Najalki. Hey, Jarrett Najalki, thank you. Also Peanut Butter Jelly, thank you. So I don't know what's going to happen here. It is 10:38 local time there. 10:39 local time. As one of our viewers just mentioned, that you can see the helicopter, the state police helicopter is circling above Minnesota State Police. That's on flightradar24.com. By the way, Reuters is reporting tonight. Reuters says that Gregory Bovino. Reuters says Gregory Bovino has. Oh, we got some police over there. Gregory Bovino. Let me just take 2 seconds while we look at police over there. Hang on, let me just mention this real quick. Reuters is reporting that that Gregory Bovino, a top U.S. Border Patrol official who's been a lightning rod for criticism from Democrats and civil liberties activists, will be leaving Minnesota along with some Border Patrol agents. They're also saying that Bovino has been removed from his role as Border Patrol Commander at Large and will return to his former job as a Chief Patrol Agent along California's El Centro sector of the U.S.-Mexico border. The source said he would then soon retire. That's similar to some other reports we've heard. That's the Reuters report tonight. And they also say Tom Homan will now be tasked with overseeing the Minnesota operations. President Trump said today he was sending Tom Homan to Minnesota. So our viewer, Deb Honarin, says he got fired. Yeah, it's not exactly clear yet whether he's leaving and still working or leaving then retiring soon or what. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. But I wanted to let you know that. Thanks to Watchman, I appreciate, and Barry Seinfeld. To Watchman and Barry Seinfeld, thank you. And Man with No Eyes, Man with No Two Eyes. All right, I'm going to turn it down for a second because they haven't been doing this tonight, but they started playing music, so copyrighted music. So maybe that'll stop in a minute. I'll check in a few minutes. I'll check it out maybe in a minute and see. So again, it's interesting. I don't know. I mean, just people staying at the hotel. So I don't know how they handle this situation. But they pushed people back. I mean, like an hour ago, they fanned out police across the parking lot and pushed people far away. Let's see here. There we go. They're playing copyrighted music again. They're playing copyrighted music again, which they weren't doing before. It's also interesting, you can see they have the trucks there blocking the road. So I don't know if they had the trucks there before. I mean, before today, I don't know. I think he's showing the helicopter maybe. Let's see.
guys have been there. I don't know who they are though.
By the way, the Wall Street Journal says that the full ramifications of Trump's decision to change course in Minnesota wasn't fully clear. So, you know, today it's being reported that Greg Bovino is going to be pulled out of Minnesota. President Trump talking about how he had good conversations today with the governor and mayor there. We're hearing about some troops reportedly, I believe the mayor said this, are going to be removed, or some of the border patrols some of the immigration officers are going to be removed, but will there be an immigration enforcement surge in another city soon? I have no idea. So we just don't know. The Wall Street Journal has a headline tonight: the 48 hours that convinced Trump to change course in Minnesota. Oh, I'm not on the screen. Sorry, I'm not on the screen. So I don't know, you know, if this marks an end to a certain phase of the Trump immigration enforcement, or is it just maybe a blip? We'll have to see. Oh, listen. Another announcement.
If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police action could include
Here we go.
chemical agents and the use of less lethal devices and or crowd control tactics, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. You have the following routes of dispersal available. Please leave to the south or southeast towards Hemlock, away from the shopping center immediately. You have 1 minute to disperse.
1 minute. 1 minute, they said.
Continue to obstruct, resist, or interfere with police officers, you will be in violation of Minnesota State Statute.
Just come over here and hide behind you.
0.50, obstructing the legal process, which is an additional crime.
What? Yeah, whatever, I'm fine.
So it sounds like they're going to back people up again. Here come the police right now. Here they come. Here come the police.
So you may be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police actions could include the use of chemical agents, the use of less lethal devices, and/or self-control tactics, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. The following routes of dispersal are available. Please leave to the south or southeast.
Look at this. Look at the police coming over now.
Area. You have 1 minute to disperse. If you continue to obstruct, resist, or interfere with the police officers, you will be in violation of Minnesota State Statute 609.50, obstructing the legal process, which will be an additional crime.
Ooh. Are they taking anybody into custody? No, not yet. The police are crossing the street. They are crossing the street.
Sit down and follow instructions.
They're now under arrest, they said. You're all under arrest.
Sit down and follow instructions.
Whoa. Sounds like they're making arrests. They said sit down and follow instructions. I didn't hear that earlier tonight. Now what's happening? But maybe people are just running away. But I don't know if they're chasing after people. We'll see what BG sees. Did they say you're all under arrest earlier? Maybe they did. Maybe I missed it. They said it last night. Oh look, there are people getting arrested. Look, am I right? Looks like they're arresting people right there. Right there. Look. Is that somebody in custody right there, guys? I see a couple. I see one person right there. That person is being restrained. So, oh, they have a bunch of people. They're arresting a bunch of people now. There's one right there. One right there. Protesters being arrested outside of this hotel in Minneapolis. So certainly it looks like several of them are being arrested. I don't know how many. 1, 2, I've seen 3 so far. 3. Got the helicopter above. Great camera work by BG on the scene. RK thinks they'll do a face scan, detain, face scan, and release. Thanks, RK. I'm not sure, but DOC bus? That doesn't sound like they're letting them go. It seems like they're putting them in the bus. So again, we're watching police arresting protesters outside of this hotel where protesters thought Bovino was staying. There's one right there. So they clearly did arrest several people, or take several to custody. There's another one right there. That's the second person. Right there. Then I think there's a third over there. Maybe more. Maybe more. Oh, there's that guy right here. Look, there's this guy. There's one. There's 2. There's, wow. How many? 3, 4, 5. That's plus 1. So that's 6 total, because I saw one earlier. There's a lot of people they just took into custody. I see 5 right there. Somebody said that's 6, 7. People getting arrested outside a hotel in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Live coverage. Are there more coming? Look at this. More coming. I mean, they probably arrested 7 or 8 people at least. They arrested a fair amount of the ones who were actually there, because there weren't even that many people still there. I thought they were just gonna like chase them off again, but they arrested a bunch of people. I don't know that the other's gonna come back now because a bunch of arrests. Arrested for what, says Linus? Well, they announced it earlier. They said it was an unlawful assembly.
What's the guy's name?
Thank you, Lioness. I appreciate it, Lioness. Did they put him in a van? Is that what they did? One of our viewers, Digital Something, thinks they'll be given warnings or fines and let go. Last night we saw a couple people taken into custody and then let go eventually. Again, though, I mean, there were not that many people still left, and they arrested probably about 8 people, so it was a decent percentage of the protesters still there were just arrested. Now, there were more before, but a bunch earlier in the night they moved out they chased off a bunch of them. Great camera work by BG on the scene. This is a. Are they taking? Is it? Are the protesters in that van? I don't know. Again, this is outside a hotel where. Outside a hotel where protesters thought Greg Bovino was staying. Oxytropus counted 12 arrested. Maybe it was more than I thought. See, BG stuck with the stream and got to see that.
Regular guys, you know.
Uh-oh. BG sees something. BG sees something. What does BG see? BG sees something. I think. I don't know. BG thought he saw something. No more noise. No more noise, guys. It's like a suburban shopping plaza. Dirk C says kind of surreal. BG is Brendan Gutenschwager. This is what he does. He's very good at it. Brendan Gutenschwager. He's BG on the scene on social media. You can check him out. He has a YouTube channel. I think he's on Twitch. So quiet now, says Cat Dog. Uh-oh, somebody just yelled. Somebody yelled. Somebody yelled. It's cold out there. It's windy. What is it, about 10 degrees? Oh, somebody's yelling. 9 degrees. Somebody is yelling. Now again, these officers are not ICE officers, although I've seen claims that maybe ICE is staying in that hotel. That I don't know. These are not federal officers, I believe. I believe they're local officers. Maybe state or local. Or both. We did an Iran update earlier, so if you want, rewind and you can. We did a whole section of the stream on Iran. I don't know that we'll be doing any more tonight. The big update is that the U.S. aircraft carrier strike group is now in the Middle East region. Well, there you go. There you go. We'll leave it on for a couple minutes and just see if anything else happens. But I think that's probably the last big activity we've seen from this area. At least for the moment. At least for tonight. Our viewer, Two Old People on a Couch, says, well, I'm sure Trump will start a war now. Karen Moore, our viewer, says, last night Mr. Bovino gave us a long speech on consequences that we watched. It sounds like he maybe knew what he was talking about. Michelle Lauzon thinks ICE is comfortable in their beds with earplugs and heat they are sleeping. It's all quiet there now, guys. Bill Huang thinks they'll be back after a bunch of people got arrested. All right, I think we're getting close to that time, guys. I think we are getting close to that time. So what we did in the first part of the stream is we covered all the developments with Greg Bovino and Tom Homan and all that, and we did a whole section on Iran, and then this started happening. So we've been watching BG on the Scene stream, I'm paying him for it, from this hotel where protesters thought Greg Bovino was staying, and there was protesting going on, and the police, it was much bigger than this, it was a bunch of people there, and then police cleared that out, and then some protesters came back and they arrested a bunch of them. So can I talk about Iran? We already did that earlier in the stream, so you can rewind. Look, it's late here. It's 2:10 a.m. here, guys. I'm in Buenos Aires, Argentina. It's 2:10 a.m. I got to get some rest. But if you missed the Iran stuff, you can rewind. And if there's big developments, we'll cover it. So, but I am going to start wrapping up this live stream. And I really appreciate you guys being here for our stream. So thank you for being here. Oh, truck coming. And, as if big news develops this week, we'll cover it. We'll come on the air. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. So subscribe and follow. I will post updates on my X account about the news at Lookner. If you're on X, follow me over there for breaking news updates. At Lookner. Hold on a moment. There it is, at Lookner there. Oops. I'll put the link in the chat. And hey, you can check out, if you feel like it, check out BG on the Scenes channel too. He's on YouTube and other platforms. Really appreciate him letting me buy his stream. But great work by BG on the Scene. Does a great job. How he stays warm, I don't know. Thanks, ZB the Great. I really appreciate that. And also, Bria Dublin. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I would suggest turning on our notifications, because I never know when huge news is going to happen. And we'll have to come right on the air. But we have our own notification system. You can sign up for free to get sent a notification whenever we go live. Our mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook too. Thanks, people. I really appreciate people have been sending me updates. Thanks for letting me know. I found out this thing was going on because people in the chat were talking about it. They said, hey, it's happening there. So thanks for sending me your news updates tonight and letting me read your comments on the air. Sorry I can't get to all the comments, but I appreciate you sending them in. Huge thanks to our moderators. They are fantastic. Once again tonight, we have people with a lot of different views in our chat. We can bring them together and let people chat. Thanks to our mods, because they are keeping it respectful and civil in the chat. That's why we can do it. So huge thanks. Ruth has been over there. Ruth, thank you so much for all your efforts, Ruth, on YouTube. And all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And over on Twitch, we've had a bunch of moderators there. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Devon, our other Twitch moderators. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And over on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. And I got to thank everybody who donated too. Again, so nice of you guys. Really kind of you, really generous. Thank you. Sean TV, Marty Hagwood, everybody else I thanked. That's what allows this channel to exist. That's what allows me to pay for news footage. So your support is what allowed the channel to exist. So thank you so much. Let's make sure I thanked everybody. Hopefully I did. Did I miss some people on Twitch? Let's see. Oh, I don't think I thanked Criff3R. Thank you. And Mags Nat. Hey, Mags Nat, thanks for the gift subs. Oh, and thanks, Marty Hagwood. Thank you. Marty says, tell Kay to behave. Wow. Thanks, Marty. I really appreciate your support. Oh, and thanks, Fox250R, for the membership. So nice of you. Thank you. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift sub or a gift membership. Thanks again, Magsnet and Criffer over there on Twitch. Much appreciated. But really appreciate your support. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but thank you. Let's see here. Oh, wow. ZB the Great. That is very generous of you. ZB the Great. I'll put it towards news footage. That's really nice of you, ZB the Great. Thank you so much for all your support tonight. Very kind of you. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Really nice of you guys. Thanks. I want to mention, if you're on X, I would also suggest following Agenda Free TV on X. Guys, I always post on the Agenda Free TV X when we're going live in advance, so you have a heads up. At Agenda Free TV, I post updates about the channel there. Follow over there. And hang on a moment. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. A lot of our viewers like doing that. Check out our Discord chat. It's free. The link to the Discord chat, it's the same link as the free notifications link. So it's easy. Check out the chat if you haven't. Huge thanks to our Discord mods who help us out on Discord as well. And also, I did want to mention, as we see an officer there, BG still working hard. Why were they arrested? Because they were being loud and disruptive, I guess, outside the hotel, and they told them to leave, and they wouldn't leave. So, anyways, we'll see if Greg Bovino really leaves Minneapolis, as is reported. He's going to leave Minnesota maybe tomorrow. Let's see what happens. If you're on YouTube and you watch us on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. By the way, thanks so much, Crispy9775. Thank you, Crispy, for your support. Much appreciated, Crispy. Thank you. Oh, QBat gave out a gift sub. QBat gave a gift sub to BG on the Scene. So BG on the Scene now has a gift sub. Thank you, QBat. I appreciate that. Hey, if you watch on YouTube, turn on YouTube notifications if you want, because that'll also help you to figure out when we're live. To turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel and click this bell here and click all notifications. All notifications. If If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Hey, also, I got a shout out. You know, we were busy with the live going on, so I didn't get to this earlier. My bad. Sorry, I didn't get to this earlier. But I want to thank our Twitch subscribers. I'll try to get to it earlier next time. Guy from KC, thank you. Guy from KC says, thanks to all the people who like to have serious debate, hard to find really. Yeah, thanks to everybody in the chat. Thanks to our mods for making it possible. Thanks for subscribing, Guy from KC, Kudish Wamper, Emalian, Teg Slug, J. Gibua, BBLZD. Thank you for subscribing. Sharking Lee, Jax Haku, Emalian, Wall Street, Tech Slug, and CC, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Huge thanks. Magsnat, Qbat, C-Kit, Kobe Slim. I don't think I thanked Kobe Slim. Oh, no. By the way, I know some of you want to see a couple more minutes of BG on the Scene stream. I'm going to give you closure. Oh, thanks GL Rusa 2. GL Rusa 2 for being a member. Much appreciated. And King Gordon, thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thanks, King Gordon. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there. Sharon Klassen Goslin, Christy Claft, LT, K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Robert Real II. Thanks for putting up with my stuffy nose. At least it wasn't running a lot like it was last night. It was worse last night. And hey, also all of our other Facebook moderators, thank you. And I want to thank our YouTube members. Oh, I missed a couple donations on Facebook earlier. I got to thank them after. Joshua Randall Wilson Turner and Kristen McConnell Gates. I might have gotten Kristen earlier. Anyways, thanks to you both. And thanks to all of our YouTube members. I really appreciate it. Danielle Klingenberg, No Mo Show, CAC 813, Benny Hill, Ken Lance, Diorsh, Cherry Cola, JD63, Patricia Grace, Benny Hill, Mama 457 Rose, We Fly the W, John Flick, Lolly Lollipop, JD63, Mama 4657 Rose. Thanks for your support for JD63 as well. CAC 813, Patricia Grace, maybe repeating some of these, Benny Hill. Thanks again, Marty Hagwood, Callista WWJD, Haunted Bear Child, and all of our other viewers as well. Mama 457 Rose. Thanks, Jean Marie, for watching. Yes, Carson Cook, we're wrapping it up. We are wrapping it up. Lord of Chaos says, breaking news, the streets are empty. Bubba Sizemore, thanks for watching. Moragain 82. Tammy Lynn, thanks for watching. Juliana Martin, Andrea Holder, thank you. Paula Thompson, Ann Jessen. All of our X-viewers, like U.S. Rights and Freedoms, thanks for watching over there on X. LeBron is King, Original Hearing, thanks for watching on X. Don't forget the X-viewers. Uh-oh. I have to, just one sec here. To wipe my nose. Eliza Jane Sockenboffer, thank you for watching. Ken Land says empty for now. If you do want to watch the remainder of BG on the Scene stream, go to BG on the Scene on YouTube. You can go to BG on the Scene on YouTube right now and watch. I don't know how long his stream will be going on for, but if you want to see him walking around, maybe he's waiting to see if protesters come back, go to BG on the Scene on YouTube. Hey, thanks, Charstar Wishes, Dwayne Big Dude, Jean Marie. All right, we're wrapping it up. We are officially wrapping it up now. So, and if you want to see the Iran update and also the update on Greg Bovino and all that, we did. That's like the first half of the stream. So go back and rewind. I'm surprised we didn't get more. I thought maybe President Trump would post about Bovino tonight or something, but probably tomorrow or something. All right, I need some rest. So that is it for now. Thank you again so much for being here. Shout out to BG on the scene for letting me for doing amazing work and film and recording that, and also for letting me pay him for it. I appreciate him giving me access. So that is it for now. You've been watching our live update about the Minneapolis shooting, Greg Bovino, and some Iran updates. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.